Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello. Welcome back, y'all. Alright, so today, boy, do we have a backlog. Whole good googly moogly. I feel like I'm gonna be in this chair all weekend playing catch up. How y'all doing? Cringe peace sign like an anime? No, I'm playing. Yeah. Um, been quite the backlog has been accruing, so hey, it's Russ. Hello, Russ. My man, Triple R is in the building. Should sound like Soul Illuminati. Headphone Jeff is in the building. White T-shirt Jeff is in the building. Batman in the background Jeff is in the building. Yo, Soul Illuminati is funny as heck. Alright, let's get this thing popping. First and foremost, let's do our introduction for today's stream. So, like the title, as you can see, we have quite the backlog. So honestly, tomorrow I'm highly considering doing what I'd like to call a fix-a-thon. In my foyer right now is just a plethora of electronics that I need to go through. And that's not even all. I have more in my car and more in my kitchen. I think it's approaching that point where I need like a storefront just to free up my house because it's getting kind of bad. Wait, first? Oh, Swindon. No, 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 no. Don't lie to yourself, man. You weren't first. Spec 360. He takes the cake on this one. Hold on one second. I'm gonna lower the volume of the TV in the living room. Excuse me. Alright, so something pressing is this controller for Mr. Corusol, aka Montrell. It's definitely something I want to get taken care of, and then we have a couple Nintendo Switches that we need to go through. So it's quite a bit. So between today and tomorrow, I'm going to be going honey baked ham. Because I got to play catch up. So I was first to say first. I mean, technically, yes. Technically. I'll give that to you, Swindon. So let me give y'all a little recap of what happened last Wednesday and why I didn't stream. So I think I had like a food allergy reaction that wasn't the greatest. It was kind of making my nose stuffy, which is, you wouldn't correlate the two, but that's pretty common. And like my breathing was a little affected. And then also it was storming like crazy, and I'd hate to like start a stream and then a power surge takes my stream out and kind of ruins the vibe a little bit, and then having two parts. But honestly, I think next time that happens, I'm just gonna start the stream back up, to be honest. I don't think I'm gonna let that stop me. I'm just gonna keep trying. So for today, I want to work on a Nintendo Switch Lite, but the first thing I'm gonna work on today is a controller for he pops in. I'm pretty sure he's gonna pop in the stream. His username is like Corusol. He's a local customer, so I'm gonna try to knock out that controller. I've had it for a little while now. The customers I did that RGH 1.2 mod for. Oh, Specs 360 said, yeah, we lose power when we get heavy storms. Yeah, even in my area, even though we have underground power, obviously what we're connected to as a little neighborhood loses power all the time, and like it happens pretty often, to be honest. And it takes a bit of time to recover, but next time I'm not gonna let that stop me. Excuse me. But yeah, so that's kind of why I didn't stream Wednesday. So today's the next scheduled stream day. It's been like 6 days since I streamed, so I didn't want to go more than a week without streaming. I think that's whack, especially for people who subscribe to my channel. I think that's whack. Let's see. Other than that, just trying to stay busy. Let's see, what's another update? Oh, I won't be having to walk in and out of the stream as much. I had to park my associate for now. The associate I had, just due to time constraints and things of that nature, I think it was a little more than I anticipated, trying to like train somebody and live stream at the same time. So I'm thinking I'll either have to dedicate a day where I can just focus on training somebody, or um, like focus on repairs. It's kind of hard to do both. So me being wishful thinker, that happens, but I think we're gonna work on that in the future. I'm looking forward to the time when potentially I can have a storefront, because then that would alleviate a lot of the issues that come with that. But anyway, without further ado, we're almost 10 minutes in. Let's go on over to the overhead cam and start working on this Victrix controller here. Wait, what? What in the world? Why is the feed like... Hold up, wait a minute. Okay, so this is just a still image, because I went to go test, but I didn't pay attention. I guess this is a still image? Okay. Hold on, let me see if I can recover my overhead cam. 1 second. While I work on that. See, I went to test everything earlier, but I didn't realize it wasn't, it was just a still image. It wasn't live feed, so just give me a little moment here. Pretty good at getting this thing back up and running. Let's go. Exclamation point, like, imagine you watching something else, lol. Yeah, I was like, yo, what the heck is going on? There's this Inception going on around here. Alright, so let me get this thing back up. Let's see, is my cam link gonna turn on? Yes, okay. Yeah, I noticed my cam link was off, so that's different. That shouldn't have been the case. Oh yeah, that 3DS I worked on, after I put it back together, come to find out the game card slot doesn't work. So I've soaked it in electronic contact cleaner, and I'm looking forward to reinstalling it to see what happens. Alright, let me go on over to the overhead cam. It might be in like a wrong default. What the heck is going on? Yo, Coruscant, good news. I'll be working on your controller this stream to try to give you a final answer by today. Yeah, I know. I called it. He usually pops in though. He's pretty good about supporting the channel, so I appreciate that. Alright, so why is the image not refreshing? Alright, 1 second, y'all. Entirely sure. I've never had this issue before. The camera is on. It's just like the feed is not refreshing. I've never had this issue before. Thank you. Called what? Oh no, we were just saying how you were gonna pop in, Coruscant. Usually do. So I was waiting to announce that I'll be working on your controller today until you pop in. Alright, let me continue to work on whatever the heck is going on with this thing. Sorry about this, guys. I promise I go through all my inputs every stream just to make sure that everything is okay. And this time, it's like it's stuck. Okay, apparently there's an update. Let's see if I can install it without having to restart my computer. If so, I apologize. I'll just refresh. I'll have to shut down and restart the stream. Hopefully I don't have to. I really hope I don't have to. So random. Why wouldn't you just keep working though, even though there's an update? Maybe this is what is broken that the update is supposed to be fixing. Here, in the meantime, I'll grab my water real quick. It's just here in the background. I can move my coaster. These are some, I love this coaster so much. It's my second favorite animal, or third favorite animal is an octopus. So I like this coaster. Put my agua there. Okay, looks like I don't need to restart the computer for this update to take effect. It's annoying. Okay. Looks like it's finally working. Good. So it was an update issue. Alright, I just gotta adjust the settings real quick. Why is it only in photo mode? Hold on one second. Oh, this is so I hate this so much more than you guys realize. I hate when like you're on the spot and you get technical difficulties. And I'm one who thinks that they're pretty tech savvy, and this junk happens to me. It's like I should have paid attention. I didn't know when you check your camera feed, you gotta make sure it's actually the feed, not some still image. There it is. That was weird. Alright, we should be good now. There we go. Is that little flicker gonna be in my feed? That's gonna be pretty jank. Let's see. Overhead. Alright, let's see. 1 second, guys. Properties. Okay. Yeah, that weird flicker now at the top of my screen. I'm gonna have to figure that out at the end of the stream. But we are good. We are back in business. Oh, I thought it was a 3-year-old scribble. Yeah, no. Alright. We're back in business. Now we can start. Jeez. Okay. So with this controller in particular, it was having a very intermittent and awkward issue. Sometimes when you shake the controller, press the right trigger, it would activate a different input. So, let's see. Alright, let's go to Gamepad Tester and let's get that web page up. Try to reproduce this issue. Share my screen. It's very hard to reproduce, but I was able to reproduce it once. Just one time. But let's take it apart, because it did take a bit of an impact, and at this point I do want to visually inspect it on stream. So let's do that. Hey DreamSpec, don't shake the controller. True, it's so weird. know that, right? Don't shake the controller. Why not? Now I'm curious. Why not shake the controller? Alright, let's go ahead and take these thumbstick caps off. Let's get my gloves on. That causes the issue. Swindon's funny. Okay, I see what y'all are getting at. Y'all are funny. Oh, where's my... One second. My little air compressor or air blower is not on my workbench. Grab it. Flicker is so frustrating. Alright, we're back. Hey, it's Chris. Hello, Chris. That controller been through it. Look at the bottom left of it. Yeah, it has an exposed screw. I think maybe it took a drop. Yeah, this little cover popped off. Wow, they use triangle screws. Why? Why they gotta be special and try to use triangle screws? I wonder if this kit comes with a triangle bit. Probably have to improvise. Oh yeah, it does. But these triangle bits are too large. Alright, we'll figure it out. Stopping by, what's up? Hey, player one. I miss you, the controller, by the way. You can miss me, it's okay, Corsa. I'm playing. Alright, let's get that little side cover off. They really decided to use triangle screws. Your mom's knees? Or mom's legs, I guess. Why they gotta be special, man? These guys. They couldn't just use the stock screws. No, they gotta be all fancy with their little triangle screws. I'm gonna see if my other iFixit toolkit has that bit. If not, I'm gonna improvise. Alright, back with the bigger toolkit. For like Dora the Explorer, can you find the triangle bit? There is a triangle bit, but it's too big. Man, they did that on purpose. They probably looked at iFixit's kit and were like, okay, what's the one bit they don't have? Chicken legs? That's what's up. Yeah. Alright. Onward. Let's see if I can use a flathead or a tri-wing. I might be able to get away with a tri-wing. Maybe. If the prongs go deep enough. Let's see. Now I want to be very careful because I do not want to strip this. No, I feel it stripping. Is this a smaller tri-wing? It is. Okay. Let's see if I can get away with this. Yes, I can. Nice. tri-wing like for a switch? Yes, sir. Even though the head is like triangle shaped, it's not tri-wing. Here, I'll show you guys under the microscope so you know exactly what I'm talking about. I guess this company, Hex Gaming, they decided to use a proprietary screw to try to prevent people from opening it up. You guys see what I'm talking about? It's a straight up triangle. But the tri-wing was able to work on this triangle screw head. Yeah, it's third party. It's one of those custom controllers. I guess they're a competitor for Scuff. Alright, so we're gonna put that there and be very careful to take out the rest of the screws. Yeah, if you just go, you press in and use very, like, gradual force, that's the way to go. Spinner. Illuminati? Hey, it's Juan, my guy. Common? Yeah, I've just never seen a delta-shaped screw head, ever. I've never seen it in use. I know I think I've seen it before in other applications, but I've just never seen it in use in like consumer products. And they're not magnetic, really. Been a triangle for years. Well, I mean, square, triangle, it's all good. Alright, let's see what we can find in here. Appreciate the confidence, Montre. Oh, they are magnetic. Okay, so typically in the process, you can separate the two halves now on a standard PlayStation controller. Let's see if there's anything different with this one. Yeah, it's not much different. Okay. Just have to be careful because I'm sure there's wires attached to these back buttons. Very careful, I can't just use the little snap method. I gotta like gently separate these halves. What's wrong with controller? No juice in it? Dream said been around for years, so I responded saying been a triangle for years. Yeah, got you. No, this controller has that weird intermittent trigger press, like it's activating multiple buttons that you wouldn't expect to activate at the same time. So I just want to take a visual inspection because I've only been able to replicate the issue once, maybe twice on a whim. It's kind of very difficult to understand what's going on here when it's hard to reproduce an issue. That's in anything, right? Oh yeah, how many of you guys in here, when I move joystick, it shoots? Yeah. How many of you guys in here like roller coasters? There's a reason I'm asking, by the way. I have to be very careful. Okay. Yeah, they packed a lot in this controller. Okay, good. That one's separated. Come on, release, but don't over-release. Yeah, it's weird. And I've tested it on Gamepad Tester both this morning and now, and it's just not doing the thing. So at this point, beyond just believing Gamepad Tester, I wanted to get eyes on it. Okay, so this needs to come up past this. Okay, cool. Player 1 said that's a negative on roller coasters. Juan said I'm good. I hate roller coasters. I'd rather have a beer and I never drank in my life. Russ said I love roller coasters. Dreams said used to love them. Used to love theme parks until I broke my back. Ah, yeah. Only coaster I've been on is one that fell off the coffee table. That was a good one, Swindon. Yeah, so the reason I ask is I have some friends, some engineer friends that work at NASA, and every year NASA rents out, you know, I'm in Florida, so every year NASA rents out Universal Studios, and I've gone with them probably like 5 years in a row now at this point, or maybe like 5 years total on and off. That's why I was asking, because it's coming up again. Sorry for the difficulty. It's not your fault, Montreal. This is not that bad, trust me. I just want to be very careful because you see all these back buttons, they obviously need wires to connect to these back buttons, and I don't want to rip it off too hard because that'll cause extreme damage. So I'm trying to just go slow. That's all. Gives us time to converse too. The radical one. Wolf, I got one of your cards at the Southeast Game Exchange. Oh my gosh, it's Radical Reggie. Holy smokes, it's Reggie. Hold up, wait a minute. Reggie is in the chat. I don't know if you guys know, but Reggie is quite the figure when it comes to video game commentary and reviews. Such a cool dude. I met him at Southeast Game Exchange in South Carolina when I was there. Really cool dude, man. Met him at Pinky's, which is like a barcade that was sponsoring the convention. Super cool dude. Super cool dude. I'm looking forward to maybe one day chopping it up with you, Reggie. That'd be cool. But yo, W's in the chat for Reggie being here. That's crazy. Dang, and he popped in and dropped a comment. Look at, okay, Reggie, I see you. Nice to have you here, man. Alright, so let's see. He said, isn't there a Nintendo section in the works at Universal? Yeah, it actually opened up in August of this year. I'm looking forward to checking that out at some point. And it's like Super Mario World. It's really cool. Alright, let's see here. Hey Reggie, did you see GameCube Galaxy's latest video by chance? I don't know if you're still in the chat or not, but oh nice, watch Radical One, good stuff. Yeah, I know he's done a lot of stuff with Metal Jesus Rocks. Like a lot of like pop-ins. I did not. Oh, okay. Nah, it's just GameCube Galaxy. Marcello did a video kind of recapping his take on Southeast Game Exchange. It was a good watch. I make a little appearance, but it's kind of it showcases my Butterfingers. I accidentally, so when I went up there, I flew and I traveled with my soldering station, this one right here, because it's my smaller one. I brought it to replace his battery in Pokemon Crystal. But during the video when we were just talking about it and I was handing him his cartridge back, I accidentally dropped it and it's like a blooper and he kept it in the video. So it's like kind of funny. And so I was thinking of ways to like make a joke out of it, and I was like, Butterfingers in the streets, but surgical precision in my seat. That was like what I came up with. It was so bad. I was like, oh my gosh, of course. But sometimes, I guess when I'm being filmed, I get a little nervous until I warm up to it. But I feel like that's everybody. I don't know if you feel that way, Reggie. Alright, just slowly opening this controller because of the back buttons. I really don't want to damage anything. But yeah, roller coasters, like I was saying, those friends of mine, they hit me up to let me know that it's that time of year where NASA is going to basically rent out all of Universal Studios. So, of course, this year I'm going to buy a few tickets so I can go. Ha, sometimes, yeah, I feel that. I feel like I don't care how many times you've been on camera, you always feel a little awkward until you warm up to it. It's like, I don't care if you're an actor, actress, you've been in the game for decades. I feel like that's always the case. 11 people, 4 likes. Like the stream. Appreciate that, Montreal. Okay. So I need to make sure. Okay, so far no damage. Still working on this corner over here. Oh yeah, also I wanted to let you guys know I have an interesting job request that came in not too long ago. Apparently my Google business page caught wind of a local like insurance company, like electronics insurance company. Thank you, NASA. Thank you, NASA. And apparently they recommended me to this guy, so they sent him my way, which is really cool. They sent him my way so that I can do an analysis and a report of his items and what it would take to fix them. So that way they know if it's worth it for them to replace those items or not. I thought that was interesting because I never got a job like that before. I'm like an adjuster for these guys. An electronics adjuster. Have you ever heard of that? An electronics insurance adjuster. So I thought that was interesting. That's coming down the pipeline. What's also coming down the pipeline is a Panasonic Q. That's going to be very cool to work on. That'll probably be a Saturday stream because I want to spend a good amount of time on that one. And I've been slowly prepping with parts. Okay, what is this thing not clearing? Okay, it's not clearing the trigger. Could be good inroad. Oh yeah, the Q. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, player one saw it. See, this controller is like one of those controllers that will test your patience. You just gotta be patient, don't overpry, don't get mad, just focus on clearing this piece of plastic in a non-destructive way. Oh man, a Panasonic Cube is a grill. I wish I'll own that one day. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Apparently this guy, the customer, he bought it back in like 2015, and shortly thereafter, I guess the disk drive stopped working, and so he went to work on it himself, but unfortunately then it wouldn't turn on after that. So I am curious to see what I will find in there. A little nervous, but not too nervous. Not too worried about it, honestly. Perfect system for physical media for sure. Oh yeah, it's definitely one of those ones. Okay, let me see if I can go back. Maybe I need to do something in an even order, because this is giving me way too much resistance. Sometimes you gotta take a step back to go forward. Yeah, this left side opened up just fine. Especially from a DVD VHS collector like myself, a movie buff. I work with him. Control. Alright, hold on one sec. Oh, okay. It's the trigger stop that was making this way more difficult than it needed to be. Noted. So I'm like, there's no need for me to be fighting this much. Okay, we're in there. Lessons learned. Holy moly, look at how many ribbon cables are in there. This is why I didn't want to pull on it more than necessary. Imagine you rip one of these. Pain in the butt. And this company is not like super well known, so trying to find a replacement is going to be even more of a pain. Okay, so before I can separate these, let's see what I need to do. And I don't want to put too much strain. Okay, so obviously these guys have to think with manufacturing in mind and repair in mind. So let's see. Let's see what they can come up with. I see screws that I can access to try to free up this chassis. Okay, I'm thinking that's what you have to do. I think I see the plan of action. Get my screwdriver. Now they go to Phillips. Now they're not being difficult. Alright, so let's get our Phillips head and continue on with this PS5 Hex Gaming controller. Okay, so I see a controller for these back buttons. Okay. Again, sorry. Stop apologizing, man. It's not your fault. Last time I checked, I don't think you work for X Gaming. This is fine. This is not an issue at all. Let's see. Keep pulling at it, Jeff. It might be refunds in the chat. That's funny. That's a whole VHS tape, exactly. Yeah, that's a good way to pull it. VHS tape on ribbon cables. Alright, I think I was able to get to all the screws that I think I can access now. I think basically the goal is once I remove all these screws, then that'll allow me to separate the two halves. And again, you gotta be very careful. You do not want to rip these ribbon cables. And there's one that's like very sketchy that I don't want to pull on too hard. I wonder if there's some other way to do this that I just don't know about. But so far, this is what I'm seeing. And sorry if my big head's getting in the way. It's not the easiest thing to work around. I remember your NS2 stream and thoughts and your thoughts on Mario Kart World. What's your thoughts on Sonic Racing Cross World? So I was able to get access to the beta. I honestly enjoy the game pretty much, like like a lot, basically. I have a slight feeling, even though it's not going to have like mass appeal where everybody's going to want to play, I'll probably enjoy that game more than Mario Kart World. I have a sneaking suspicion, depending on how they flesh it out too. But honestly, I enjoyed Sonic Racing Cross Worlds a little bit more than Mario Kart World. Mario Kart World just, and I'm trying not to sound too jaded because, you know, we've had almost basically a decade of Mario Kart. And I'm trying to look at it for what it is on its own right, on its own merit. Okay, is there any screw I am missing? Oh, you gotta be kidding me, guys. They put a screw underneath the ribbon cable? Okay, let me just be careful. Sorry, my head's getting in the way. See, this right here is exactly why. It's nice to show you guys, like, you know, a lot of times I like to live stream to show my justifications for my prices, because some people give me pushback on my prices, even though, not saying Montreal did that, I'm not talking about you, Montreal, but some other customers, they give me pushback on my prices, and I'm like, do you guys realize I'm like the cheapest around because I don't have overhead and I push that savings on the customers? And they still get pushback. Alright, let's see if I can pop it out like I thought I'd be able to. Okay, I'll have to pick that up. Okay. So let's get these buttons. This must be one of the trigger stops. Yeah, and it's greased. Okay. Let me pick that up with this instead so I don't rub all the grease off. Oh, this was that top button. Have a membrane. And we should be good from here. Okay. I'll be all in. You know what? I really enjoyed Sonic Racing Transform. I played the mess out of that game. I think it's one of the few games on Steam that I've like 100%ed. Okay, so that's the design they went with. They use micro mechanical switches with these membranes on them to try to cushion the blow and evenly spread out the force. Cool. All the back buttons registered inputs. Okay, so I have one cable that I need to detach. And they use tape along with ZIF connectors, I think. Here, I'm gonna get this under the microscope, and then I can also show you guys what I'm working with here. Oh, it's just super zoomed in. Not the most lighted area. Let's get that here. Let's zoom in, let's back it up. Let me see if I can show you guys what I'm trying to accomplish. There it is. Here's where the ribbon cable's mounted at. But no, I'm looking forward to that Kennedy Space Center night. Oh no, I hate when they do that. I hate when the ZIF connectors are taped down because the tape's gonna take far more force. Okay. You know what? I'll just leave the tape on there, to be honest. That way there's less risk of damaging it. But I really wish they wouldn't do that, but I know why they do that. They were probably having issues with how tight everything is with the connectors becoming loose, so they did this in order to hold it down a little bit better with this adhesive. Almost like Tessa tape for cars, like a fabric tape. That's cool. Alright. got the bottom shell out. Let's go back over to the overhead. And what would that connection be for? It's just for an LED light strip. Okay. Noted. Yeah, and all these companies, what they do is they take a stock PS5 controller and tap into the connections with all these ribbon cables and whatnot, and then have a controller board. Scuf does the same thing. Honestly, the amount they charge for what they're actually doing is crazy, in my opinion, but I mean, I guess they can get away with it. Okay, so we gotta see why. Excuse me. I'll probably do a visual inspection here in a little bit to try to. Man, how do you assemble this thing? There's like ribbon cables everywhere. Alright, let me see if I can get this slide back in, so that way I don't have to worry about it. Okay, slide is back in for the trigger stop. There it is. So that's how it's supposed to be set up. Okay. I didn't rub too much of the lubrication off. Alright, I'm gonna run through. You got this, dude. 200 plus. Alright, let's see if I can find anything. Oh boy. Let's see if I can erase this guy. Cool. See if I see anything a little awkward or off or pinched, but I'm not. It's the trigger. So I wonder how they get it to be a mouse click. Oh, I see. That's pretty cool design. You slide the trigger stop over, and now instead of it shorts the, when you press this switch right here that says RX1, so this is a mouse switch button, so when you slide this trigger slide over, this thing right here with this knob, when you slide it over, basically it gets in between the actual trigger right here, this guy. I know it's super zoomed in. Actually, you know what, I could probably show you better on the overhead cam. It's cool to see how it works. So what I'm saying is this slide for the trigger stop, when you slide it to the right, now it's in between the actual trigger and this mouse click button, and so then when you press the trigger, it just dead shorts by activating 100% of this mouse click button. So that's something to look at. And mechanical switches can fail that way, actually. Looks complicated. Gene said, fix it. Hey man, that's the goal. That is the goal. That is the golden goal. Fix the world. One controller at a time. Honestly, if I had to suspect what would be going, quote unquote, it'd be this mouse, it'd be this like trigger switch. But boy, oh boy, you want to talk about complicated soldering? Sheesh. And unfortunately, these types of switches aren't serviceable. Like, sometimes you can open it up and clean it because the contact leaves get a little worn, but yeah. Okay, what I want to do now is I want to plug this back in and see if I mess with the trigger stop switch, what happens. So let me plug this back in, and I'm going to screen share again. Let's get gamepad tester back up. Screen share. Careful to plug this in a very specific way. Okay, cool. Let me see if that's what was going on. Especially because of the issue you were facing, Montrell, like where you press the trigger and it's activating a different button. That's the only thing that kind of makes sense to me. That would have been doing that. But let's see. Okay, I need like a spudger tool to try to press this. So that's me activating this left trigger switch that they have, which again mechanically it works the way I was talking about it. You mentioned it earlier, Montrell. Can you say it again in the chat so it's fresher? Like every time I flick up, flick it up around to move it, it does shoot. Okay. So there's some weird thing going on with the... Alright, let's see if I can replicate this. This is gonna be extremely difficult to try to replicate, but let's see if I can. I don't know, man. Maybe something was lodged in there. Because with all my testing, I have not been able to replicate this issue. Let's see. It's not doing it now, like every time I flick it up. Hey man, I believe you. I believe in Annabelle. I believe you. Sometimes our issues come and go in a very awkward way that can make us look crazy. I got you. Trust me, I've seen it all the time at my day job. I'll be having a certain issue, and then right when I pull another engineer with a little bit more experience, like back when I was a junior engineer, same thing. I'm like, bro, I promise you it was doing this. And then they just look at me like how Dave Chappelle was looking at the crowd when he was like, oh no, that would be Eddie Murphy. He's like, sure, it happened. Alright. Yeah, possibly like when I shook it, I could hear like something was loose. Yeah, I wonder if it just got loose from its track. Honestly, I have seen where sometimes you just take something apart and put it back together, and in you doing that, you reassemble it correctly. But this thing is... Wait a minute. What was that? Oh no, that was just my hand placement. I was about to say, we think we got onto something, but... To be honest, Montrell, I don't think this, especially with how complex this design is, I don't want to have to continue further down in disassembly if I don't have to, because this will get complex very quickly. And if I don't have to, I'd prefer not to. I'm okay to chalk it up to maybe something was loose from the drop, because I think you mentioned that it dropped. And maybe it dislodged something and it was applying pressure where it shouldn't have been. But the micro switches are working, the triggers are working. I do like their design over Scuff's design. I think Scuff's design is a lot cheaper, honestly. Like, they cheaped out. Okay. Yeah, man. It's looking alright. Let me see if you're safe. Maybe it just needed taken apart. I don't know. I don't know if it's what that I had the adaptive effect or on mouse click. I don't know. Well, yeah, I'm trying to reproduce it both ways. Like I'm moving the slider and moving this this switch they have here, which I'm curious. Let's see. Maybe that's a switch to bypass the motors. But yeah, Montrell. Everything seems to be in order. I mean, I'm gonna give this like a light bristle clean. And Thankfully, there's still lubrication on this trigger switch, so I'm not worried about the slide. Things seems to be fine. It does look perfect to me. Nice to have your blessing on that, and I'm glad, like, see, this is why I love live streaming too, because, like, if a customer really cares, they could just watch. So, like, it's not my word against yours, it's just, is what happened. It is what it is. The classic of memes. I love that meme. Alright, let's go ahead and reassemble this guy. I'm going to give it a cleaning, light cleaning. Proceed on to the next thing, which is a Nintendo Switch. But honestly, if I had to give credit where credit's due, I do like how they designed their controller versus how Scuff did it. Now, I'm not saying this to bash Scuff or anything, because Scuff, if you want to, please sponsor me, you know, shameless plug. But yeah, it's definitely something I've noticed. Their design is definitely more complicated, and there's something to say about that too. Maybe Scuff was able to accomplish the same thing with far less intricacy, so therefore you keep costs down. So that's the trade-off there when it comes to manufacturing. Interesting. Interessante. Boo Scuff. That's funny. And then he goes, oh, yeah. Yeah, man, I can't boo anybody until I'm sponsored. Then I could boo the other side once I'm sponsored by one side, right? That's how that goes. Alright, let me use my air gun here. Alright, cool. Well, again, appreciate it, man. Whenever you're ready for it to be picked up, let me know. Yeah, I got you. Probably for tomorrow, because I'm going to be here all, like, pretty much essentially all day grinding out repairs. There's quite the bit of backlog that I need to power through. Had some setbacks, but no big deal. Okay, so we just need to do the opposite. I already know this is about to piss me off. I know the buttons are going to not want to, they're not going to want to stay put. I know it already. Let me mentally prepare myself for this. I already know how this is going to go down. Been here before, seen it before. It's going to be like the 3DS. But the 3DS, I was able to get it, the ribbon cable in pretty quickly, so not too worried. Can you shake it to see if you hear something? Hear something? Tomorrow, maybe that sounds good. And LOL, prepare. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so it needs to go the other way. Okay, so that's good. For that button, that's a profile select button, I'm sure. Okay, so first things first, working in reverse order. I'm going to connect this ribbon cable here. Let's see. Do this with a microscope. So we got the ribbon cable here. Let's get this guy closer. But not so bad. But anyway, back to my roller coaster topic. I'm looking forward to this year because this is going to be the first year that NASA rents out not just Universal Studios, but Islands of Adventure. So that's going to be cool. Usually it's just Universal, which Universal isn't bad, right? You got Harry Potter, Butterbeer, Like, I'm not the biggest Harry Potter fan, but butterbeer slaps. So, it's gonna be a good time. Looking forward to it. Kind of be like a nice one-day vacay. And thankfully it's on Sunday too, so that's like my actual official day off from everything. We got that in there, taken care of. Got the ribbon cable in for that one light. Never had that. Oh, you never had butterbeer? It's like a canonical drink from the Harry Potter series, but they make it in real life. It's pretty good, not gonna lie. Kind of slaps. Think of like butterscotch, but a drink. It's not alcoholic at all, even though it's called butterbeer. Kind of like ginger beer. I guess it's the process of how they make it, not necessarily like alcohol content. Alright, gotta get these buttons back in. Hey, we have a first time chatter on the Twitch side. Confused said, hello mate, love your streaming. Would like to be a fan and a friend. Let's hang out on Discord. Username is seems kind of body, but I don't want to accuse you of being a bot. That seems kind of body. That message. But I don't want to accuse him of being a bot, because if it's a real person, that could be offensive, I suppose. But I have a community Discord if you want to join it. Let's see if they reply. Does sound body, yeah. Hey man, I grew up with the internet. I know how to text some bots. K2. Okay, so we have K2. We have K3. So all the back buttons are called K. Here's K1. I have to get these in and try to finesse this thing and not let it get on my nerves. But it's just the nature of the game. Yeah, see how they're not replying? Yeah, bot. I'm calling bot. Oh, that's cool. They number them. So K1, K2. So this is... Okay. Okay, I gotta give them credit. They designed this, how these back buttons slot in to prevent them from popping out, which is nice. So that way they can somewhat hold themselves in place. Alright, nice. Just one more left. Nice. Alright, so now what we're gonna do is flip this over. And we have to apply the screws. Of course, the slide came out for the other side now. Wish I could just install the slides proactively. I wonder if that's something I could do. I just realized it tells you that Twitch is on ad. Yeah, I added that plugin. I might remove it, but I kind of like it. Okay. Alright, let's see now. hopefully these membranes don't fall off. That'll be the only thing that would be annoying at this point. Alright, get some screws in, just to hold this thing down, make it easier. That's one. Let's go to the second one. It appears to be like 10 screws, if not 12. Yeah, I wish I could show you guys a little bit better, but this is just one of those awkward situations with custom controllers like this. It's just the nature of having back buttons. Alright, cool. So we have 2 to hold it in. Let's see if we can approach it. Similar to what I did. Yeah, I got you. So I'm gonna have to adjust this a little bit. Yeah, making sure the fitment is good is a little rough, but I think we can get there. Alright, that's better. Yeah, that's better. Okay. Yeah, magnetic screwdrivers, as much as they're not underrated, they're still underrated. They don't get enough credit. Yeah, I don't mind. Yeah, Montreal, I'll talk about that offline. Oh man, I forgot to take pictures. Guess I could take a few with it like this. I think it's a cool angle. Never, always be forgetting sometimes. When you have to be the marketing crew and the technician and the CEO and all the hats in one. Alright. Honestly, this position is goated because it allows me to access all the screws. I'm wondering if this is how they do it in manufacturing. Nice. And then we have the two that are underneath the ribbon cables, and then that should be it. Okay. Then I'll do a button check, and then we will proceed. Nice. Made sure to put the sliders all the way in the basically agnostic position. I didn't do that last time, and it's what was resisting me, so I'm gonna learn from that. The controller's gonna be famous. Alright, let's make sure the trigger stops work. Yep, trigger stops are working. All back buttons feel good. Okay. Let's proceed with a quick test before I install all the screws. Alright, and let's do a music switch. I'm feeling some different music right now. Okay, let's do this. Let's do screen share. Okay, so we have the controller back on gamepad tester. Analog stick is... Honestly, this needs to be recalibrated. Because not hitting the... Oh, wait, no, it's because of the caps aren't on there. Never mind. Let me not make that judgment call just yet. Okay, all the back buttons are working. Let's make sure the triggers with their slide. That's how they do it. I see. Okay, that's cool. Mouse click triggers are fine. Okay, so far so good. Let's go back over to the overhead and finish reassembly. Get the thumbstick. I'll wait. Gotta use that tri-wing again. Be very careful. Don't want to strip these screws. Don't need to over torque them. Just enough, especially since we're not working with the exact bit that it calls for. So be very careful. Okay. Excuse me. Dang, I wasn't able to mute in time. Usually mute myself when I sneeze. Thanks. I appreciate that. Alrighty. Yeah, this song is fire. Is this what you listen to in the car? No, not at all. I'm usually bumping like hip hop, rap, uh, maybe alternative sometimes. But most of my playlists are like hip hop, rap. That's what I grew up with. So that's what I listen to. I just don't listen to it on stream because of copyright issues, and I haven't fully figured out how to navigate that. So just to be safe, I play copyright-free music. He said I was supposed to say, yeah, nah. Shoot, honestly, that's something I kind of want to do is like make Wolfpack playlists and just share them. So like if anybody wanted to like know what I listen to, they could. That'd be cool. But honestly, I do like the chill vibe of lo-fi for my streams because okay, so this needs to go in a specific way. I'm pretty sure it's this one. Because then it's like easy to talk over and whatnot. Nice. That would be fire, yeah. Like imagine this stream but like with Jack Boys. Like that's the latest thing I've been listening to is Jack Boys 2. Clip's new album. Let God sort him out. You know, just classic, just stuff like that. That's what I listen to. Give it a little shake. I got you. All right, let's see here. Let us connect. Did drop a follow, so that's cool. Interesting. Shine, my favorite song. Nah, you tripping. Shine, nah. Florida Flow, and I'm not being biased, but that's not my number one. This isn't in any order. Contest, Dumbo, Florida Flow, and then the first song, Waka Flocka. I like how they used Round of Applause as like, they like remixed Round of Applause as the background beat. Hey, I love Glow just as much as the next girl or guy, but Shine is not where it's at. It's hype, but it's not where it's at. I think it's very Florida Flow is tough. Heck yeah. All right, let me pull up. But Shine is not where it's at. I'd rather listen to TGIF 1,000 times before like listening to Shine twice. But that's just me though. All right, let's see. Oh. Wait, I'm getting a B7 activation. Oh, but that's the touchpad. Okay, I'm not worried about that. That's just the way my hand placement is. All right, let's try about this. I feel like I'm playing Donkey Kong bongos, aka Donkey Kong Jungle Beat. Not getting any false activations. Everything seems to be working. Let me put it in trigger stop mode. That's just my finger placement on B17. That's the touchpad in the front, like I'm saying. It's like maracas, man. All good. I said slightly. My bad. Here, let me do the granny shake. Oh, we can't see by the way. Oh, my bad. Thanks for letting me know. But yeah, I've been shaking it. Now I gotta reshake it, not so aggressively, but nothing. Up and down, left, right, diagonals, both ways. Um, Seems to be just fine. Nothing. All right. You see it. So I think we are good. And you see how the controller is recognized as a DualSense controller? Because it's a DualSense controller because it's so proprietary. They didn't make their own custom thing, and then they just modify it, which is cool, I guess. All right, let's go back over to the overhead. All right, the wiggly wobbly hoo part. I mean, honestly, I feel like that part is a little corny for my taste, but I get it because I mess with Glorilla, so I get the like I get it. That's her thing. That's her thing. So I can rock with it. But the wiggly wobbly, hey man, I think it's good for TikTok clips. That's what I think. I think that's what they were going for. Is they were trying to make some soundbite that would be good for TikTok and Instagram Shorts and all that stuff. Which I think they accomplished that swimmingly. Well, I love that part. I mean, it's hype. Don't get me wrong, it's hype, but I'm gonna have to hit that with the hard pass. I'm gonna have to hit that with the pass, brother. Of course, man. It's getting sticky. I was making remixes of that when I was at Southeast Game Exchange. I was like, it's getting sticky. I got the blicky. Sound like a Power Ranger. There's this one like content creator online who like kind of makes fun of Power Rangers and talks about how they turn everything into a gun. Like everything in Power Rangers turns into a gun. But anyway, Montrell, I got your controller in the ready to be dropped off section, so we're good to go there. Yes, sir. So you shall have your controller back soon. Hey, it's my dog, Angry Yank. What's good? How you doing this fine? Well, for me, evening. For you, might be something different. Well, no, you're not too far. Your time zone isn't too different. Yo, that flicker on the top of the screen is triggering me, and I'm the one streaming. Oh, I'm guessing that update did it. Hey, what's up, guys? Alright, so next, I know I said I was going to work on Nintendo Switches, but that Switch, I have a little bit more time to work on it. This Switch, I have a little bit more time to work on it. So I'm going to put those over here. This Xbox One, I want to get it out of my hair so that way I could move on. It's from a repeat customer. I will be sending 2 gifts to you with the PS4. Oh, nice. Okay, I appreciate that. Dude, it's been like that. But let me know. I could definitely be there tomorrow. Just let me know. Dude, it's been like that. Yeah. Alright, let's get the Xbox on the bench just to do an inspection of the exterior. Then I'm going to connect it to the television and see what we can see. I think this console had like a issue where it wasn't even powering on or something like that. Alright, so it's an Xbox One S. So wait, the Xbox One S's had a disk drive? Huh. I guess it was just the slim version, huh? Wow, that is some caked up dust in that in those USB ports. Okay. Thankfully, this console was never open. That's always a good sign. I love to see it. Oh, my bad. Let me get this over here. Love to see the warranty sticker still intact. 7 likes. I love the 1S. Yeah, it's a cool console. I'll be sending. I just never knew it had a stinking some 8 gig flash drives and clock battery packs. Wow, man, thanks. I appreciate that. Thanks, Yank. Something like that part of it, the little flicker at the top of the screen. Yeah, ever since it had that hiccup this at the start of the stream where I had to troubleshoot it, it's been acting jank, which I'm not a huge fan of, but I'll fix it once the stream's over. I'm thinking I just need to unplug some things, maybe literally I don't know why it stopped working. And the image was stuck. Maybe the GoPro got too hot or something, so I'm just gonna unplug and reconnect. I think that'll do it. Well, thanks again, man. I will be stopping in and liking the stream. Thanks. I appreciate that, Montro. Is that the Battlefield 1 edition? It's green. That's all I know about it. It's like almost like a Master Chief green. I don't know if you're an Xbox One connoisseur. I always thought the Minecraft one was pretty cool. So here, let's go on over to the test bench in the background. See what we can see happens. I think they said it just didn't turn on, or maybe it was having the same issue with the HDMI retimer chip needing to be replaced, but let's see. Okay, that's not good. I didn't see any inrush, because usually the lights in my room will flicker whenever I plug in like a PS5 because all the inrush current, but that didn't happen. So let me get my HDMI cable connected. That's one way I can test locally if Alright, let's see here. Turns on. I think it turns back off. Is that right? Okay, that was an interesting sound. It sounded like the fan was clanking against something. Okay, so this console turns on. Okay, now I'm a little confused. We got picture. It did make a little weird noise. Maybe it just needs a cleaning, which I don't mind doing. But yeah, this console came into my queue kind of out of order. It was a customer. I fixed their Xbox One X or S. They had another one, and it was that HDMI retimer chip that I ended up replacing on it. And that's what ended up fixing the issue. But when they were going, they came here to pick up the one that I repaired, and then they dropped this one off. So I never sent them like a formal estimate, but that's fine. They were okay with it. They seen my work. Okay, seems to get into game pretty quickly without issue. Let me grab a controller. Just go through some preliminary checks now that it's on. Xbox controller. Batman logo. Nah, it's BF1 Batman logo. Yeah. Yeah, huge Batman fan here in the Wolfpack household. Alright, let me see here. Let me connect my controller. Hey Yank, did your package arrive yet? I haven't checked the tracking information. Okay. Controller seems to be working fine. Let me disconnect the controller. Let's see if it's still connected. Yep. Let me see. Set up network. Is the Wi-Fi chip fine? I'm gonna assume it is. These things basically never die. And disk drive. Let me see about the disk drive. Maybe that's something that was. Oh, okay. They had an NHL game in here. NHL 2023. Let me reinsert that. See. Oh. You gonna take it? Wait, take it back. Why is it not taking the game back? The disk drive doesn't want to take the disk back. It'll eject the disk, but it won't. Okay, that was weird. I had to like press the button and then feed the disk for it to take it. Sounds like it's reading the disk. Had to take one earmuff off my right ear just so I could hear it. Okay, the game launches up. That's a little jank. I'll see if I can like lubricate the disk drive or do something with it, but that means it's doing just fine. Here, let me read chat real quick. 2 5-packs? That's funny. Won't need a cleaning, but it will need the chip replaced and a new clock battery, aka CMOS. Gotcha. Hence why I'm sending you 2 5-packs. Gotcha. Superman #1. Ew, Russ. How dare you say that in my chat, man? We are not Superman fans in here. Do you not see? Do you not see? I had this on the front of my car for like 5 years. And then there's a Batman poster here, and there's another one off screen that eventually when I get the camera to face this way, you'll see. It's a Batman puzzle that I put together that I framed, and that's over here on this wall. Ooh, that disk drive is chugging. Okay, well, this will pick up still be at same drop-off location. No, it'll be different. It'll be at a Palm Bay location, which I will send you the address later. Oh no, Russ is leaving. Is it because what I said about Superman? Wait, are you actually leaving? Like you actually gotta go, or are you just joking because of the Superman thing? Alright, cool. I still find that strange that the disk drive was having a hard time accepting the disks. So I'm wondering if it's just a little dirty or what. Because it'll eject the disk just fine. But it's like, it takes a while for it to try to take a disk. But it takes it just fine though. Okay, I mean that's not too bad. Maybe it's just a little dirty, so when I open this up I'll just try to clean it. Alright, let me get the disk out and put their disk over here, and then we're going to crack this one open and just do a refurbishment service. Because so far it's working just fine, but they dropped it off to me. It had to have been for a reason. Maybe they just wanted me to like refurb it. Because they weren't very clear. They were just like, here, take it, take a look at it. And I was like, okay. I was like, you do realize I don't work for free, but they were like, yeah, that's fine. I'm like, okay. There was 3 of them. It was a cool little family. That was cool. I'm betting the 3DS will be here Monday. Yeah, I did go with like the cheapest shipping option just to keep costs down. Especially, you know, it wasn't a rush. I'm joking. I have a Camaro all black. Reminds me of the Batmobile. Nice. Yeah, he was joking. Okay. Alright, let's go ahead and take this guy apart. You know what? I don't think I've taken apart a Series S before yet, but at this point, okay. Well, I'm out, man. Again, much appreciated. I still will be joining the lives and leaving a like. Man, Montreal, that means a ton, man. Thank you. I will catch you on the next one, Wing. When I go get it, I'm getting the shipping. Be it boss for the PS4 in your presence. Wait, what's the BOS? Like the protection? Alright, so I'm gonna pull up iFixit's teardown guide just so I have it for reference. You know what? That's something I've been thinking about doing. Oh, the box, gotcha. That's one thing that would be cool is like if I got sponsored by iFixit or like maybe like work with them somehow. But I think in order for me to do that, I need to start being active in their forums and on their website, which that's another thing that I would have to do. I don't know. I mean, if they're down to like co-sign an electronic repair streamer, I'm down. Imagine like a little logo somewhere on my stream, like around here that just said sponsored by iFixit, and like I have a discount code, like Wolf or Wolfpack. Yo, that would be sick. Oh, that would be so clean, yo. That would be fire. That would be absolutely amazing. Anyway, let's pull it up. Xbox One S. You would be boss, yeah, dude. That would be baller as heck. I would probably lose my mind if I ever got sponsored by them, cause like I have basically like so much of their equipment, their magnetic mat. Like if I could get their like battery powered soldering station, they wanted me to like do a review of it. That would be sick. Cause like you know, electronic engineer by day and then electronic technician by night, or electronic revivalist. That was the cool way of saying it. That is the dream. Yeah, Russ. That would be fire. That would be fire. Just gotta keep at it, man. Keep on keeping on. Hopefully one day they notice us. It's like, notice me, senpai. Alright, let's see here. I'm just an old comp nerd, like who likes to make custom consoles. Hey, man, you're part of the community. You know what's funny? That's an interesting concept. Is like you can be a part of the community even though you're not part of a community. Like you weren't informally like entered it, but you do the thing that's part of it. Does that make you part of the community? What do you guys think? As I switch over to the overhead cam and get this cable out of here because I won't need it for a little while. What you talking about, Willis? I have formally entered it now. Oh yeah, yeah you have. But just as a like conceptually. Yeah. Well, if to support the pack, then yes. If they. Oh yeah, that would be cool. Man, we gotta get the pack so strong that they just can't deny us. Like you have to acknowledge us. We're too powerful. The pack is strong in this one. All right, so apparently the Xbox Series S isn't too much of a bear to work on. You kind of just pry it, which is interesting. So let's see. I've never taken one of these apart before, but it seems like you kind of just pry at the bottom, and then you kind of go to town from there. Let me see here. Oh, it's just underneath the disk drive, so it's the other side. Exactly. That's the goal, man. The Wolfpack's gonna take over. World domination. It's always been the mission. Hence why Jeff fixed consoles. I make them look tight. That's right. We're gonna be like such a coalition. Alright, I don't want to be too aggressive here because I am using a metal spudger instead of a plastic one. Maybe I should go back to plastic. But my plastic spudgers are getting a little fatigued. Then yeah, it's just slowly pry around the bottom, undoing the clips. The back there is a warranty sticker. Under that there's a tab you should start with. Wait. The back there's a warranty stick. I see the warranty sticker. Is that where they want you to enter from? This weekend? Oh, cool. Are you gonna be live streaming that, Yank? or offline. Not sure. Okay. I normally use hot air for these things, but not this time. Said I'm fugly, I'm not a camera person. Dang, bro, nah. Don't be saying that about yourself. The heck? If you're gonna be part of the pack, you gotta have more confidence than that. I don't care if you look like a 2. You gotta have confidence. It doesn't define you. Oh, okay. I wasn't, but yeah. I get you. Okay. It looks like I understand how to take this off, but let me just double check. I don't want to break anything. You don't have to show your face, just hit record. Hey, that's true. That's true too. Russ got a point. Russ cooking with propane. Frank Hill would be proud. Man, the first time working on a console is always like kind of nerve-wracking. Because you're like, am I using too much force? Am I not using enough force? May the force be with you. Man, it is true. Plus, it's a customer, so there's the added pressure too. Yeah, it's not like, sometimes with eBay purchases, you kind of have that. You don't have to stress as much. What the heck? Oh, my iPad slid down my chat device so I can view chat. Let's see here. What the heck? So it looks like he's using one of these pry tools. Here, let me give it a try. Am I tripping? This shouldn't be that difficult. From what I'm seeing, he has a console like this, and he's just like... I remember my first few consoles, I was nervous as a long-tailed cat in a room of rocking chairs. That's a good one. I've never heard that one before. Alright, I think I got one clip down. Once you do one, you'll get it. That's what I'm feeling. It's just that initial learning curve. Okay. So we're getting there. Alright, I think I figured it out. And the amount of dust that's flying out every time I crack one. Yeah, this thing could benefit from like a cleaning refurbishment service. Fresh thermal paste. So it's literally just one corner. There we go. Alright. Dusty. See, you got it. Yeah. Usually with me and problems, it's only a matter of time. Usually. Oh no, but some of the clips broke. Well, how did that happen? I thought I wasn't being aggressive. Okay, we lost some clips, unfortunately. I'm guessing that happens. There's some casualties. Let me go get my hand back, because this is a little too dusty for my allergies. Holy moly, this thing is clogged with dust. Said it happens. I wonder. I wouldn't worry about it. Okay. Yeah, it seems like there's still a good amount of clips that are intact. So fair point. Alright, now once all the clips are removed, remove the bottom part. So we have these screws to remove. Guessing the 6 green T10s. Alright, so we have F1. Oh, that's cool. F2. F3. Okay, so they just, I'm guessing this is F4, F5, and F6. And these are T10s. T8, T9, T10. Oh yeah, it was really cool to get that RGH mod done, man. Really happy about that one. Nice. Alright. Man, this is so dusty. When you guys see this, it's gonna blow your mind. Alright, so... Alright, now we can take the top case out. Okay. Hold on, once this happens... Okay. Okay. Jeez, look at the cloggage. Y'all see the cloggage? That is some cloggage. Boy, oh boy. Feel like I should go turn on my air compressor now. Let's see what we can clean up. Just my hand vac here. Okay. Holy moly. That is some dust. Oh, look at my gloves. I feel like I need to go get a rag. Yeah, I'm gonna go to the garage and grab a rag and and turn on the air compressor. What time is it? Let me disarm my alarm. Turn the guy on. Oh, he's already on. Wow, yikes. I left it on. I hate when I do that, but it happens. I don't have an old rag. Dang it, I'd hate to use a new microfiber rag, but I guess I'll have to. What is this guy? He's got oil. No, he doesn't. Alright, cool. Alright, let's get back to it. Around to it. Brother, ew! What's that, brother? It's funny when Louis Rossman uses that in his videos. I know it's like a meme that's everywhere, but still, it's just funny. Yep, it's funny. Alright, let's go. It's probably the Wi-Fi module is probably next. Let's see. Hard drive assembly. Okay, so we have two C3 and C5. So C3, C5, okay. mark these in blue. Here's C3, C5. Excuse me. I guess I should take off these Wi-Fi module cards while I'm here. These T10? No, of course they gotta be something smaller. T9? T8, oh, of course. My one bit that I need to buy replacements of that I haven't. Oh, there's slots for antennas, but there's no antennas on this card. This is the Wi-Fi card. Okay, nice. Nice. I think I should be able to separate it now. Oh my gosh, the level of dust. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. It's a different color, bro. Okay, I'm putting a mask on. You got me motivated. I'm working now. Hey, join the team. Alright, I'm gonna take this panel and the other panels to the garage and blow them out now, because geez Louise. Let me just get that over with now. And then once I get this thing further disassembled, then I'm gonna use compressor. I'm gonna mute my Okay, much better. A lot less dust. A lot less dust. Holy moly. Alright, so that's much better. Excuse me. This guy is a million times more better. Mo better. I know that's like totally proper grammar. My English teacher would be so proud. Alright. Oh, I forgot to take pictures. Dang it. This would have been so cool to see it before and after. Darn it, man. I mean, it's still pretty dusty, not gonna lie. Dang it. I always forget. Gosh. Sometimes I question. Oh, it's Retro Game Revivalist. Wow, was that thing getting any airflow? Honestly, I don't know. I just unclogged like every hole. Here, let me show you. And you probably could still see it on the frame. But every one of these holes, these like vent holes, was clogged up. I just went to my garage with my air compressor and blew them out. Even on the fan, there was a good amount. This thing definitely had asthma. We'll say that. It had asthma. That's for sure. And then look at the internals, man. Maybe this thing was shutting off. Now I'm thinking that's why they sent it my way. This thing just really needed a good cleaning. Alright, let me see if there's any screws on the bottom. That would be preventing me from taking something out. Boy, oh boy. That's wild. Hey, man, you said it. Sheesh. Alright, so I think first things first is the hard drive. And then we go from there, optical drive. Okay, so hard drive removal is first on the list. Holy moly, the amount of caked up dust in this thing is impeccable. I'm assuming this whole bar comes out. Yeah, let me get a pry tool so I can apply more even pressure. And removing this guy. Alright. Okay, there seems to be a few more screws that need to be removed. You know what? Maybe I should just remove them now. Especially if they're all the same. That way I can just take everything out. Not have to worry about circling back. There's B screws and C screws. So there's a B2 and a B1. Honestly, let me make those a different color. So here's B, B. Hey, Retro Game Revivalist, are you on Discord by chance? If you're still here. Like, do you have a I'm assuming you do. Most gamers, they have Discords. Yeah, I'm on Discord. Okay. I don't know if you've joined my community Discord, but you can use it as a way to get to me directly. I can't send you a message right now. But can you shoot me a DM? Have a question for you. And I promise it's a good question. It's not bad. I promise. Let me hold all the guts in while I flip it over. Alright, cool. Holy moly. That is insane. Holy moly. Look at that. You can't even tell what color the PCB is. It's just all brown with dust. My poor workbench. I think I'm already part of your community over there. Okay. Had a feeling you might be. This poor Xbox. Yeah, man. I guess they didn't like it as much as you do, Russ. I'm not trying to talk bad about them. They're cool people, but I guess, and it is an older console to their defense, but jeez. I don't know what environment. If your Xbox is in this environment, what environment are you in? Okay, this thing needed a super cleaning. Because it works. It turned on and everything, but this can't be healthy for any of it, you know, like the power supply, anything. Can't breathe without air. Jeez. It may mean they play it a lot. Yeah, true. Fair point. I guess let me wait to take this whole thing out of the unit, the motherboard out, and then I could remove that. Oh my gosh, bro. Like, that's impressive. I kind of want to write my name in dust, like WolfPack. They're very modular. You can take everything out, then get to motherboard. I use pliers to get the PSU out. Gotcha. Did they do to that thing? Hey, Gote. Yeah, they definitely didn't clean it. It got real dusty real fast. Uh-oh. Hopefully I didn't break the clip or anything. Yeah, I'm gonna have to take all of this to the garage. Alright, doing my due diligence and getting the pics for the gram. But yeah, the modular design is really cool. You gotta give credit where credit's due. Alright, once the fan is disconnected, man, I could blast this thing with all kinds of air. I just don't want to backfeed voltage. But holy smokes. Well, that's just great. Flip the thing over, more dust falls out. I want to leave the dust on there for dramatic effect, but dang, it's hard to work around. Alright, then we have the A bolts. Of course, it's not a bit. I think it is. It's not a T10, probably a T8. Yep. Alright, let's press on. Let's keep on keeping. You know what? This thing seems like. Yeah, let's get this over here. I don't feel like it's off screen too much. There we go. Okay. This is quite the vacuum repair. Okay. Is that a fan brace? Okay, motherboard is out. Jeez. Okay. Alright, let's see if this thing will separate gracefully. Fan separated. Now we have an X clamp to remove. Sad I missed the kid trying to repair his this morning. Sad I missed the kid. Wait, who's the kid? Man, look at like what color the PCB is supposed to be versus what it is with all the dust on it. That's interesting. Let's get a flathead. Alright, X clamp is off. Jeez. Every time I flip this thing around. Ooh, that thermal paste. Look at the heat sink on that. Nice and clogged up. Alright, let's get some more picks. Okay, I'm going to take this in my garage and try to clean it up. Oh, so much dust. Little dust bunnies keep falling. But I shall return with results. Fear not, I shall be back. It's quite interesting. Is it F42? Okay. Sound like Tails from Sonic Adventure 2. Oh, so much better. We got good results here. Did he shock himself? Did he shock himself too? 8-bit was epic. Wolfpack, apparently someone live streamed a repair attempt on a 1S without a scope or hot air. Took apart the PSU and actual hard drive, no troubleshooting, and was upset he couldn't figure it out. Oh, jeez. Well, that's not very wise. Taking apart a hard drive, you gotta be in a very dust-free environment. It was epic. Oh no, first panel has been applied flawless. He said he did, but I'm not too sure. He wasn't around the caps at that time. Oh boy. Yeah, hey Yank, can you post pictures in the Discord if you don't mind? That would be cool. I'd love to see it. Okay, I'm gonna very carefully dust off this PCB. Oh boy. But everything else is looking a lot better. A lot better. Jeez Louise. Alright. Look at that. So much better. Yep, not him. It was in his room, and dog was right next to him. RIP HTD, yeah. That's a Ripperino right there. They got a little Master Chief on the... That's cool. A little Spartan. Not necessarily Master Chief, but a Spartan for sure. I wish you could have zoom presets, and then it would just stay zoomed in at that magnification. Alright, so that's looking a lot better. All right, looking a lot better. 1,000 times. All right, we got power supply, and that would be it in terms of the cleaning. Getting everything all cleaned up. Alright, let's get some fresh thermal compound in here. I think I'm safe to not have to wear a mask now. It does get toasty under here. Oh, it makes me sound rough too. I sent to disk. Oh, Discord, nice. You know what? Here, let me pull it up. Let me see. Let's admire Yank's work. Check out the Discord. Holy moly, that is sick. Alright, let me share my screen. Screen sharing now. Alright, let's check this out. Dang, that is clean. That went down super clean. You was not kidding. Okay, Yank, I see you. Look at those corners. Nice. Oh, okay. I guess if you want a custom modded console, you know who to call. Particularly with PS4s too. Okay, I like that. That's nice. Good job, man. I'm saying though, Damn is right. You is right. This man's not playing about his custom consoles. Alright. Next, let's get fresh thermal compound on here. Sometimes it is nice to go back to when all you have to do is worry about thermal grease and not stinking liquid metal. There is something nice about that. Why is the image like stretched? The Xbox One is like super stretched. Alright, let's clean off this old compound off of the heatsink, which I'm just gonna scrape into the trashy can. Wow, this thermal, holy moly, this stuff is thick. Oh no, it's just on a lip. Okay, I was about to say. Start from the center and work my way out. Alright. We're looking good on the thermal compound. thank you. Those skins are not required, but I cure them in 200-degree oven for 20 minutes, then let cool overnight, then prep for super gloss, super clear coat. Dang. Super clean. This man's got a whole science to it. I love that. Alrighty. It's thermal compound time. Guess what time it is? Thermal compound time. Bang, 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 bang. Alright, let's switch up the tunes. Is Prime a good one? Yeah, I like Prime. That's a good one. Man, it's always tough on the fingers. Well, as you can see, I'm kind of particular on details. I like that. That's what I like. That's what I like. Alright, let's go ahead. Get this bad boy slapped back in there. How's the saying go? The devil's in the details. Alright, X clamp is in. Thermal compound is spreaded. The past tense of spread. Well, I kind of sort of have a rep I have to uphold, you know, being part of the Wolfpack now. That's right. Don't you forget it. If you want to be a part of the pack, you gotta be pretty primo, you know what I'm saying? You taking applications soon. I'm playing. Alright, but no, I do appreciate that you uphold the Wolfpack's honor in higher esteem. I like that. I think that's cool. Alright, fan is reconnected. Let's get this PCB back in here. Nice. Alright, let's get this little clip back in. Double check that. Yeah, that's correct. All right. get put back in. Nice. So am I accepted? I mean, you got the skills to pay the bills, man. I'd say yes. Nice. I like that. That's cool. Well, compared to, it's gonna be cool posting about this one, like a before and after of how dusty it was to how we cleaned it up and got it right. Howls. That is a pack member right there. Alright, nice. Let's get the rest of these apparatuses in. Let's do the power supply. Any Easter eggs on this power supply? No. Okay. Thanks, Dad. I appreciate that. He said, "Nice to see you are on while I am lurking in the background." Yes, sir. Had a feeling you were lurking. Probably been here for a while. Appreciate you announcing yourself, sir. You're a fine citizen for joining the Wolfpack. All I can say is I'm proud to be a Wolfpack wolf now. Hey, I appreciate that. That's what's up. We need more pack members like that. Just down for the cause. Build the pack part of the whole brand, the community side of it. Honestly, that makes me so happy. It's so cool. You're like becoming a little force to be reckoned with. Alright, this drive is, oh my gosh, this looks so much better from when I first opened this. Holy smokes. I will never tell. Alright, so I think it's routed underneath. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's routed underneath it. So we got data line, we got power. Being on Yelp is a blessing and a curse. Sometimes I wish they would just message me, like contact me through normal means, but gotta be where the people are, I suppose. Good thing I marked these screws. We have C screws, F screws. We install these C screws and the B screws. Best not mess with the wolves. Who are ruthless. I like that. That's cool. You see, this gives me, like, when you guys comment, That gives me like shirt ideas, which is good. Don't mess with the wolves. That's gonna be cool. Nice. We're getting there. Having to hold this thing like a waiter or a server to put the screws in, because I gotta hold the components in place while I screw it down. And did I have to do it this way? Probably not. But is this the way I'm doing it? Yes. And it's working out. Alright. Yeah, we need a before and after pic. This is incredible. Looks like new again, brother. Yes, sir. A little quick refurb service. Because boy, did it need it. That'd be the understatement of the year. This thing was suffocating. Seeing any more screws? Just let me install the antennas. Looking good. Let's get this thing installed. You know, I think it's also cool that like Yankee decided to work. Like we're working together. Like you're working on your end, I'm working on my end, getting stuff accomplished, being productive. Pretty cool. But no, I'm looking forward to, like I mentioned earlier, that night where NASA kind of buys out Universal Studios for the night. I'm looking forward to that event. It's always a fun time, you know, get to spend time with some friends that I don't get to see as much, especially now that I took on this business venture. These days I don't have time for like long weekend trips. Any type of like R&R I take has to be pretty short. so I don't fall too far behind. Alright, nice. I think soon I'm gonna have to charge that thing. I feel like it's been a while I've been using it and haven't charged it. Nice. Nice. Dang, this thing looks so much better. I have farm animals, so we really can't leave the house either. Yeah, see, man? I totally understand that. It's like, you have things that you can't be away from too much, or for too long. It's gotta be like short bursts. That is still cool that you have a farm. I think one thing that I really wish I had access to is fresh chicken eggs. Which I know people that have chickens, you know? I need to hit them up. Because fresh chicken eggs, there is nothing like it. Alright, let's screw in the long forks, the long green T10s. Alright, won't need these Sharpies anymore. I will need the green one to sign what I did. You know, lately I've been wanting to play a JRPG. I think I might have to look into playing Chrono Trigger finally. You know what? I might do that. Start playing that game. I have Chrono Trigger DS, and I also have it on Steam. Might be better to play on DS, honestly. I feel like that might be the definitive version, but I'll see. I'll have to check. In fact, let me start charging my DS, actually. I'll be a nerd real quick. Oh wait, no, where am I going? My DS is in my office now. Yeah, it's right here. Grab a charger. Grab my, and then I think now that I've opened up this console and took a peek, and saw how dusty it was, I bet the reason they sent it my way was because of overheating. I'm like very confident of that. Alright, I'm just gonna throw this on the charger real quick and I'll be right back. Ah, that stupid flicker, man. I hate seeing that. You're killing me, Smalls. Okay, we're back. You can definitely see it overheating. Oh yeah, for sure. As dusty as this thing was, heck yeah. Alright. Let's get the bottom panel on, which just snaps in, which is pretty baller. Oh, I forgot to write on it. What? Why do I do this to myself sometimes? Is it that critical? No, but can't not put my signature on it, you know? Nice. That wasn't too bad. A lot quicker than the last time, right? Alright, let's do this. Let's see, man, it's not really a nice smooth spot to write at, but okay. Let's see. Let's say deep cleaning. Fresh therm. Paste. And then the date is 8/22/25. JD. And WPE could also be Wolfpack for. Oh no, that would be WPF. Dang it. Wolfpack forever. Had a little brain glitch right there. Tripping. Alright, now let's get this thing on there. It doesn't want to snap in as easily as it did that last time. think the USB-C port is giving me grief here. Oh, they hung up on the sync button. To me, that doesn't seem right. Here, let me pop it all the way off and see. Start front, then snap back. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe I did it out of sync. You're a pro at the bottom cover now? Oh, gee, thanks. I'll see if I can be a pro at putting it back in. Oh, see, there's this like prong in the front. I wonder if I didn't have that prong lined up. And then that's what was giving me grief. That's a lot better in the front end. All right, much better. Alright, let's power it on. Pixar uploaded, brother. Nice. Guess I'll take a peek very shortly. Let's get power. Let's get HDMI cable connected. Let's turn this thing on. Here, while this Xbox is booting up, let's take a look at Yank's mods. Let's see what we can find. Alright, let's go on over to Discord. And I will share the screen. Other top panel skin. Dang. This guy is cracked. look at the koala. That's funny. I like the koala. I like that it's textured. It almost has like a carbon fiber texture from what I can tell. This zoomed in. I think that's really cool. Dang, the paneling is on point. Alright, let's go to the next pick. Oh, this was it. Off the unit. No, that's really good. I like this desk you got going on. That's cool. Oh, look at the carabiner back here. No, that's really cool, man. Yeah, I might have to do a little something. I don't know. Do you do like all PS4s? Like, what about the PS4 Pro? Yep, I do some pros. Nice. I have to find a guy to make the skins. Gotcha. Alright, let's see how this Xbox is breathing. I wonder what's a good game to like stress this console out. What is a good Xbox game? This thing is breathing so much better. Holy moly. Let's see. Good Xbox One game. Xbox One. Oh, I have a copy of Sunset Overdrive. Let's see. Hopefully it's not one of those games I have to let it install. And even if it is, I'm gonna run to the... Oh yeah, it's taking this so much better too. I knew it. I think it just had a layer of dust that was like resisting the disk drive. Alright, while that's booting up, I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick. Man, that console is breathing so much better. Okay. Alright, so what I'm gonna work on next is actually a Clover POS system for a local business that I frequent. I don't know if this is necessarily going to fix the issue, especially if the component is like needs to be flashed. I don't have any way of doing that with the proper software, but there are some things I can try. So essentially, the Clover POS system, it's a bunch of hubbing and interconnectivity, and I think the IC that's responsible for controlling that data or managing it decided to go. So I'm going to try to replace that component and see what we get. Oh, it's Carl the Koala. I liked it. I got him from my Aussie friends. Oh, that's cool, man. That's sick. Oh, water break. Make sure to drink thy water. Drink thy water. Water break. Water burger. Water break. Alright. Man, this thing is breathing so much better. Jeez. Okay, let's do... These components came in. They took a while. One component was back ordered, so that sucked. Because I really wanted to get it done sooner. But again, component was back ordered. It's a small little board too that they use as a hub. Think of it like a Nintendo Switch dock, but without all the casing on it. So, we'll see. There's a couple components on here that I want to swap out and see if it makes a difference. I'm going to swap them out one at a time. Yeah, I know, they packed this whole tray for me to get the component I needed. I took my drink. Good job, man. Stay hydrated, folks. Look at, they gave me like a whole like SMT operator tray when I only needed like 2 components. I only ordered 2 of this IC. They gave me the whole tray, like what you put inside of a SMT machine operating, or SMT machine. There they are. It's 2 small itty bitty components in the corner. Look at that. Can you even tell that they're there? Yeah, you can. Excuse me. Yeah, they're right there in the corner. So this chip, I want to swap this chip out, and then there's one other chip. So I'm going to swap this one out, test it, and then swap the other chip out, and then test it, and see what we get. So let me turn this on. I'm going to have to use hot air for this one. Let me see. This chip first, and then this chip second. So I don't need a nozzle that's too big. So it's this chip and this chip. So I think I can knock them both out with this nozzle. So let's get this nozzle installed, and then we're gonna get right on with it. Curious to see if this actually solves the issue, because what's happening is the machine will boot up sometimes, and when it does boot up, it just won't have a display on the screen that the operator's supposed to use, like the user's supposed to use. So let's say an employee is trying to clock in, they would do that on the screen, or track a customer's tab, all that good stuff. However, the digitizer works, but the display does not work. So I'm hoping get that taken care of tonight, because that way I can move on with this thing, give an answer to them, because the last component I needed didn't show up till yesterday, unfortunately. Again, it was back ordered. When I put the order in, it was supposed to be in a while ago, but c'est la vie, I suppose. I thought you can start it already. Yeah. Wait, what? I thought it said you could start it. I don't want to be online. It says ready to start. Play game. Yeah, what the heck? Alright, that game's going to be running in the background. And let me check the other components. So one set of components I had to order from Mouser, and the other from DigiKey. So let's see. I can't believe they sent this whole big old thing. Like, this is so large, bro. For no reason. trying to basically reverse engineer this thing to see. I looked up the data sheets of the components that I could read the part numbers off of. Hopefully that was enough. I'm going to show you guys the components I'm going to be replacing today. To play as Smetyard, change player. Can I just play as a guest? Yeah. Nice. You know, Sunset Overdrive was made by Insomniac Games, right? The same people that made Ratchet and Clank, which I'm a huge fan of, but I don't know, I just couldn't get behind. I never even played this game not once. Like, I wanted to have it just because Insomniac made it, but that's kind of it. And I thought it would be, like, good and fun and whatnot, but not really how that worked out. I mean, the game did get some praise when it initially released. Okay, so we got these two chips. QFNs. QFN the world, baby. Quad flat, no leads. That's what QFN stands for. Yeah, it's just loading and loading. I don't want it to get inside the game so I can test the console under load, man. Why is everything? Things just don't want to work when you're ready to work them. Alright, let's see. Okay. Alright, so I'm going to show you guys the components I want to replace. I may put this in the Omnivice just to make it easier. May just do that. You know, the thing with the Omnivice is you need to be really high up, but here, let's see. So I have two components. I tried reflowing them just as a why the heck not as I was waiting for components. Didn't do anything. Plays game while Jeff works. That's cool. And takes drink of water. So one component I want to replace is this guy right here. This is the USB 2.0 controller. I think this is also in the circuit for USB control. So the display is being sent over by USB 3.0, so USB Type-C. So I'm wondering if this chip either failed, and then if that doesn't work, the second chip I'm going to try to replace is this guy. But this chip may have flash, and I don't have a way of flashing with the correct software, right? Obviously from Clover, they can connect through this USB port, through UART, and like serial, and flash the chip, but I don't have that capability. So I'm going to try with this chip, this less, like more passive chip first, then I'm going to try with this more active chip next. So that's the plan. So let's get this guy cleaned up a little bit. And first is this guy. Don't drop it, don't drop it. Cool. Yeah. And these components aren't crazy expensive, but they got some cost on them, so I don't want to lose them. Nice. Got the exact chip. So I'm going to, it needs to go just like that. Right? So I need to remove this old one to get this fresh one in there. I'm going to put this up here for now. I know my polarity mark is top right. You can see the dot on the PCB as well. Right here, this dot right here. And there's a dot on the component in the top right that lets you know which orientation the component needs to be in. So you know what? I'm actually going to try to use this in the Omnivice, so give me a second. Because there's a big USB plug on the bottom of this board. So it prevents it from sitting flush, so it can make it like a bit of a bear to work on. So let me see if I can do this with the Omnivice. Come on, iPad, stop sliding down. What are you doing? It's there, it's just not going to be in focus. Let me see if I can just adjust the microscope. The microscope camera. Alright, so I'm focused with my binoculars. Let me get the Cool. Alright, nice. Let's go ahead and add some flux. And we're going to start slowly heating this component up in order to remove it. Alright, let's get that going. Monitor station is warming up now. I bet that dot is to let them know that they flashed it. Alright, let's see here. Let's see what we get. And this I'm going to have to test off screen, but you guys could hear me. You'll be able to follow with my voice. Alright, let's start applying some heat. Alright, this thing is starting to give a little bit. Should be able to lift this component up very soon. There we go. Okay. Well, we still have heat on the PCB. You know what? I wonder if I should add some solder. Yeah, I probably should. Yeah, let me just do that. Let's do that. Let's add some solder. Alright. Kicks chip off. Yep, the dot is for alignment. Yes, sir. dot is in the top right. That is the orientation mark, or polarity. In this case, I call it orientation. Dot is top right. Nice. Alright, let's see if we can heat this up for it to just pull it in where it needs to go. We add some flux. Get a little dry there. Surface tension, precisely. I hear an alert. Uh-oh, got some shorts. Let me see if I can get rid of this short real quick. I don't want to lose too much heat. Alright, let's go to overhead and let's check our alerts. Looks good. Looks good. Thanks. But let's test. Let's find out. Got a new follower, Mefrit. Thanks for the follow, man. Appreciate it. Welcome to the pack. Alright, let's cool this thing off and clean it up by using some 99% alcohol. The nice thing with working with a board this tiny is it's not too crazy to look at it at different angles. Versus like a big old PS5 motherboard, you solder something like this, it's hard to look at all the angles to check your work. Yeah, this thing has just been loading this whole time. What's wrong with this game? Okay, let me quit the game out. The game is fully installed. Play. I want to test the multitask and be testing the Xbox too. Alright, let me inspect my solder connections. And let's go from there. Then I'm going to test it because the thing is all set up in my kitchen. Alright, let's go to the microscope cam. Let's see, this is the chip. Here's the chip. That side, all 6 pins are soldered. Here, these 6 are soldered. Oh, let me see, let me get closer up. Get that in focus, sorry about that, guys. Alright, so these pins look good. Let's see if I can zoom in some more. Bring these down. Nice. So that looks good, I would say. Alright, let's rotate. It's not the best looking, but it's okay. Definitely we have enough percentile of coverage or of contact. It doesn't make that little gullet or goal wing lead or goal fillet, but that's what I meant, fillet. I was combining goal and fillet. And then these connections look good. Alright. See what we got here. I'm gonna go test this. I would test it in here, but it's already set up in my kitchen, and it's a whole freaking thing to set up. There's a lot of all the pieces have to be in play. All right, so that looks good. Let me go ahead and test it. All right, now this is where it's ASMR time. Y'all just gotta follow my voice. What is that? What was that from? I think that was from Pirates of the Caribbean, where this guy's like eye popped out or something. He's like, follow my voice, something like that. That's the memory that comes to mind. Alright, let's see if that does it. Alright, connecting power. Let me connect, well, I connected all the hubs, I didn't connect power. Now I'm going to connect power to AC, and let's see what we get. Let's see if we get any difference. Okay, the display has a backlight, but I've seen that before. So it's like the display comes on, but there's no screen, no image to know where you're tapping. That's the problem. Okay, the backlight went out. Okay, so no backlight. Okay, so no change. Okay, so no change in behavior, unfortunately. Same thing. Alright, then let me try to replace that other component, see what happens. And then after that, I can say I tried and be okay with it. But that is interesting to see that there's no change in behavior. Darn it, man. That's always the worst. You like go to swap something and it doesn't necessarily work out. Alright, so the next component we want to replace is this guy. So we replace this. Oh, my finger's so big. Oh, let me focus up. You go the other way? No, you need to come down. Okay, so first component we replaced is this guy right here. Actually, so you guys can see the part number. This guy right here. And it's placed well enough where I'm confident that like the chip is good. You know what? Let me touch it up because I felt that way before in the past. Let me touch this up. I'm gonna do the drag solder method. Alright, cool. Let's get some more solder in there. Might as well do a quick pass, exactly. Nice. Nice, and then one more side. You know what? I kind of want to try it again. Why not? Before I move on. It doesn't hurt. But there was no change in behavior, so I'm pretty sure this isn't it, but why not? wish I could figure out. And like, I buzzed around this board. I was trying to see if I can find any like failures. Nothing. Alright, I'll be right back. And I don't understand why this game does not want to launch. It's actually quite annoying. It's fully installed. It refuses to launch. Alright, skip. Let's see if I can get this thing to launch. Third time's the charm, is what they say. Let's see. Okay, so it's because I was selecting a guest account, apparently. Alright, let's just see if we can get into it as fast as possible. Alright, I'm gonna go connect this thing while this game decides to run, and I will be back. Well, I'll be here in voice. Alright, let's connect AC power. Connected that board to everything that needs to be connected to, which is just printer, tap to pay, and display. Same thing, screen backlight comes on. Okay, same issue. Okay, so I have one more thing I'm going to try replacing, one more component that from my research I think might be involved in why there's no display on screen. Digitizer works, you can hear when you tap it. Like when you tap the screen in some areas you get like noise, so like feedback that the touchscreen is working. It's just when you go to let's see, you just can't see anything. That's all. Alright, so game's running in the background, probably gonna die a bunch of times, but that's fine. Let's get back over to the overhead cam. Let's try swapping the larger chip and see what we get. Excuse me. The orientation mark is top left. Yeah. Make sure you guys can see. Give me a moment. QFN component. Let's see. is. See how similar the component looks. Make sure I got the right one. CYPD 4225-4QLXI. The printing on the top is different, but the component footprint and I'm guessing the bottom are the same. So, part number is correct. Alright, let's get the hot air station back on. Bink, bink, bink. What time is it? 11:07? Means we've been streaming for almost 4 hours now. Okay. Focus to take this chip off. Oh, nice, dude. Glad to hear that, Yank. Alright, starting to get liquidous. Starting to get somewhere with this hot air. B. Alright, see you in a bit. Let's make sure all the pins are solid. I think some pins could use some touch-up, but overall I'm pretty sure it's probably solid. Pretty sure it's probably solid. Those words probably shouldn't go together, but... Alrighty. Let's bring this down a little. Let's bring this down a bit more. Okay, let's see. Placement solid, but I'm going to touch up. So locating pin in the right place. Yeah, bottom left. It's the exact location that the other one was in. And the font was the same between the two components in terms of positioning. So I'm pretty sure the orientation is correct. Even though there seems to not be a polarity mark on the board. Like, it's not a dot, it was a beveled corner on the silk screen. Even with that being the case, I'm pretty confident I got it in the right spot. Alright, that side's good. Dang, that side is beautiful. I don't even think I need to touch it up. Let's see if that is like beautiful. Alright, this can use some touch up. Touch up. Huh? console's still running strong on a death loop for Sunset Overdrive, so that's good. Alright, those last two pins need more solder. Dang, it's not enough solder. That's good, brother, thanks. I just want to make sure I touch it up now. Oh, that's the way. If I rotate my iron this way, it's so much better. Nice. And then this last side, let's make sure you guys can see it. Sorry, I'm going to be moving it around a lot. That looks pretty good, actually. Cool. I have it down to a science now. About 30 seconds after I see the sheen on the skin change, I remove it and I roll the entire panels with a firm rubber roller and keep doing it until it's cooled off. Nice. And it makes it, you sound like you're doing like smithing. It's like skin smithing. Dang, I'm good. I like that. They came out flawless. Nice. Alright, let's get this cleaned up. First pass. Use something with bristles. Should be better. Zoom this out. Peeling, perfect adhesion. Expect nothing less from my pack members. Alright, this new chip is installed. Let's go ahead and give it a try. See what we get. Let's see if this thing's blowing hot air. Yeah, blowing hot air. Alright, I think this console was just dusty. Not gonna lie, got a little distracted. Alright, let me go test this thing. See what we get. connecting AC power. Let's see, what do we get? Well, after installing that new chip, now we get nothing. So, like I said before, I was worried about this, is that I think that chip is a component that's flashed to do what it's supposed to. So, it's like it has no idea what it's supposed to be doing. I'm pretty sure that's the bad component, man. Because look, it's already not, it's not responsive, it's not displaying anything now. This chip, I think, is the main controller for all the USB. I think it's the USB hub for this device. It's the IC that manages all that data. Dang, that sucks. Well, I guess swap it back just so it's back to its previous state, but somehow that chip took a hit and it's not working. Alright, let's see. Going to show you guys the data sheet for this component. So the component is can't fix them all. Yeah, you're right. Poor chip. If I had that proprietary information, man. But you know, Clover's not going to give up their IP, their flash, whatever they use to flash this chip. Basically, I installed the chip, but it's like it doesn't know what to do. It doesn't have any type of programming. But let me look it up real quick. It's the CYPD 4225 40 LQXI. Here, I'm gonna share my screen. So here's the chip I just replaced. Man, standard lead time is 13 weeks. Jeez. See, interface, it has SPI. So I think it's an FPGA chip. No, it just says IC, but I'm pretty sure it's FPGA. If it has all these protocols in it, I2C, SPI, UART, USART, USB, I'm 1000% sure this is the problem chip, but I don't have the proprietary Clover software or firmware to load onto this chip. It's actually firmware. Is a dual USB Type-C controller that complies with power delivery, USB power delivery port control solution, docking stations, applications. I know this is the problem. I just don't have whatever they flashed on this thing. Oh, that's so frustrating, man. So see, this is what carries the data to the display. I'm like 1000% sure, because at first when with the original IC that was on the board, it wouldn't, the backlight of the display wouldn't come on, and then I just heated it up, right? Because sometimes that's a way to know which component failed, is if you apply heat to it, even if it's on its last leg, it'll try to do something and then fail. He said, "Okay, take her easy, triple." That's funny. I gotta go put the little one to bed. I'll be back in case the stream is over, but then I'll say thanks for the stream as always. All right, Russ. No problem. If we're here, we're here. If not, it's always good to see you as always, man. Here, let me just reply to you real quick, just in case. Excuse me. Alright, let's keep looking at what this thing does. Low power operation, independent supply voltage pin, supports two USB Type-C ports, which one goes to the display and one goes to the printer. I think something on this component died. This is a really good chip. It has an integrated clock, integrated digital blocks. It may not be, it's not necessarily an FPGA, but you do still need to flash it. System level ESD, oh that's cool. It's like a built-in GDT. Ah, that's so annoying. Yeah, so the display, you see, notice like the diagram, the example diagram. You have USB, it has a MUX, DisplayPort controller. This thing died. Internal to the component. This DisplayPort controller died. And you see how they go out to the MUX and then to this? I think one of the receptacles, whether it was liquid or what have you, took the hit and it took out this DisplayPort controller. That's my current theory, um, based on just some of the things I've done. And also, obviously, like the two ports, either one the display could have been connected to. Like, this is a really good chip, honestly. For what it does and the price it is, it's a really good component. It just sucks that I don't have a way to flash it, to put firmware on it. Okay, not gonna spend time crying over spilt milk. I did the thing. I tried the thing. Have to clone the firmware and reflash it to the new one. Yeah, I don't know how. You know, another thing I thought of doing is like buying one. Here, let me show you guys. So if we go to eBay, alright, if we're on eBay, you can see what I searched on eBay. That's funny. So if we go here and I look up like Clover POS system. So this is the newer style. This is the style of the one I'm working with. Notice the display has like a cylindrical neck. Underneath this, like in this area, is that hub that I've been working on. And I'm wondering if it might be worthwhile to just grab one of these displays just so I can get the hub. Because I don't think like specific data pertaining to any particular company is saved on that board. I don't see where it would be. But honestly, I think the business is willing to just move on. Like, I talked to them about the option of like maybe grabbing another one and trying to, the heck? Oh, vibration. And trying to go from there, but I don't think they're wanting to do that solution. I think they're just gonna go with like the newer model of the Clover system. Ah, that sucks, man. I genuinely don't like when like something can't. Ooh. Wait a minute. Model number S503. Yeah, so this is what it looks like. This is what I would need. 30 bucks, man? Oh, you can't beat that. Almost want to just buy it. Oh, shipping's 20 bucks, so it'll be $50. If you can get the hub, you should be good. Right, exactly. That's what I want, and I can't. I'm like kind of stuck right now, Yank. I think like when I was talking with the owners of the company, they're kind of washing their hands of it. They kind of just want to move forward. They already announced, because like apparently the new systems, they changed their rewards point system. Yeah, it's the same display model number. Oh, it kills me. Okay. I think I'm gonna ask them one last time what would they want me to do this. He has 6 available, 4 sold. I wonder if this used to be like an old rep or something. But this is the S503. Display for 30 bucks, man. This is the problem right here. But it's like they don't want to take the risk. Can you not work with it? Blah 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 blah. And I get it, but damn, no point. Let's see. He said good price, really good. Actually, ask the company what they want. If they are jumping to new ones, no point. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. There's no point if they're already ready to move on. And I guess in their head too, you know, they got their money's worth out of it. They used it for X amount of years, and they're just ready to move forward with the newer version. But it blows. Anyway, what can you do? You can only do what I can do. I may swap that chip back so that way, you know, it doesn't look too tampered with. So at least when they go to try to power it on, it actually sends power. 6 months they paid it off. No point in 6 months they paid it off, right? ARB, yeah. Well, did the thing. Tried the thing. Thing did not work, unfortunately. But that is part of the game. Sometimes, you know, you can't get schematics, you can't get certain things, you're just shooting in the dark. You can make an educated shot, maybe you hear something, but at the end of the day, you're kind of playing blind. It's the nature of the game. Yeah. Anywho. Let's clean up here. Then I'm gonna go and I'm gonna do my summary and wrap up the stream of what we worked on today. Alright, let's see. So what we accomplished today, we accomplished the true vetting out of that issue with that Hex Gaming Pro controller. What else did we work on today? Alright, let's see. Here, let's go to the just chatting cam. Alright, let's do a summary, y'all. So, fully vetted that one Hex Gaming controller. That's done and out of the way. Refurbished, or basically truly cleaned up in Xbox One S, and that's what's running in the background. Thing was so dusty. I'm looking forward to making that post because that was insane, the amount of dust in there. So got that fully cleaned up, fresh thermal compound, using Arctic MX4, I think is what I typically use. Yeah, Arctic MX4, very good thermal compound. Let's see, and then from there we'll continue to work on this Clover system for Island Root, which is a local Kava chain. End of stream breakdown, yes sir. Unfortunately, we couldn't get that working. I spent quite a bit of time on that unit trying to get it working, not just today, but other times. That's why I was able to order the components and have them ready for this stream. See my notes that I took down. It's unfortunate that sometimes you can't fix everything, but it is what it is. You know, there's other solutions. It's just the risk of life. You know, life's not always perfect. Things don't always work out. But at least I tried, and I can, you know, if they're interested in what exactly I did, I can show them this VOD, and they can watch it and see what I did. Other than that, yeah, tomorrow I will be streaming because I need to. I have quite a bit of backlog that I'm going to be working through tomorrow. So tomorrow I might even call it a fix-a-thon. You know, a lot of these IRL streamers have like a subathon or some form of a marathon. Tomorrow, honestly, as soon as I wake up, that I'm not entirely sure of, but it'll definitely be in the morning Eastern. So I'm going to try to start by like 10 a.m. and just go at it. Might even just do 12 hours. Like, no, that's ridiculous. Let me not be crazy. Let me be realistic with myself. At least 6 hours. At least 6 hours. So I'm going to be at it. So if I start at 10, maybe end at 4, maybe end at 6, maybe 8. Who knows? But I'll be at it. Because I want to power through and get a lot of stuff done tomorrow so I can have breathing room going forward. And then I can take on new customers. Because at the current momentum that the business is at, I really don't want to stifle it. I really want to keep that momentum going, not just from the streaming side, the social media side. I have bottom panel to prep. Okay, yeah. Also, you're in a different time zone. It's probably it's like a couple hours earlier for you, which is nice. Yank. But yeah, I don't want to lose the momentum of the business. We've been doing pretty good. Actually, I hit a milestone that I haven't even announced yet. I've been kind of falling behind on the social media posts. There's quite a few that I wanted to make, like when I fixed that electric surfboard, among some other things that got repaired. But here, I want to show you guys, since you guys are here. Let me open another tab. And let me open a private tab, so that way it'll be like organic. So let's do WolfPack. Wow, I like how it still doesn't matter. WolfPackElectronics, right? Yes, I'm not a bot. Boat. So one thing I wanted to say I was really proud of is this right here. 52 Google reviews, all 5 stars. Now, am I perfect? No, not by any means. Like, there's times where I've taken longer on a repair, but at least I'm accountable, and I think that's why I've been able to maintain this type of rating. Is because whenever I fall short, I usually offer a discount to customers, or if it's really bad, I do the work for free. So I think people are pretty understanding, which is really nice. So yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there. 52 5-star Google reviews, and You know, I'm popping up more in SEO. Like these are all accounts of mine. Like my website pops up, which is really cool. Which if you weren't aware, this is another way to like fill out a contact form and get in contact with me for a repair. Also, I have all my socials and contact information at the bottom, like towards the bottom of the website. If you can click connect, it'll take you right there. And then I also have a newsletter too, which I haven't really utilized yet, but it's there for when that time comes. So it's really cool to kind of, if you type Wolfpack Electronics, I dominate basically that first page of Google, which is what you want for SEO. Let's see. And then another thing that's really cool is if you search like PS5 HDMI repair, Palm Bay. Like I thought this was really cool. I'm the first one that shows up, which is freaking crazy to me. I think that's so cool. Um, Even though there's these big chains, you know, like You Break I Fix and some other big companies, it's really cool that I come up first because I guess my rating and then like honestly I get like HDMI port repairs are my most common repair because I guess everybody else charges a lot and the word of mouth gets out there that I'm not super expensive about it, so that's pretty cool. But yeah, Jeff fixed HDMI port on my PS5, so that's pretty cool. You know, HDMI port repair on an Xbox, HDMI port repair on PS5, so it's really cool. I thought that was really cool. It's a nice little milestone of social proof to see that I wanted to share with you guys, so no biggie. We're gonna keep grinding. We're gonna keep doing this thing. That's pretty dope. Yeah, man. Tell you what, if you need help with stuff, I can help out. Posting things, keep things up to date. Honestly, I might have to like outsource like the social media side of things just to like that way it's a constant at least once a week type of thing. That's like my minimum that I want to do is like post once a week. On like Instagram, maybe Reddit, things like that. Might be in contact, Yank. But yeah, that's pretty much what happened this stream. It was a good stream overall. Love when you guys come through. Really appreciate it. I think Montrell's going to be very happy to get his controller back. He's been in the streams asking about it. So it's nice to give him that update. Something conclusive. Let me know, brother. We'll do. Let's see. Other than that, tomorrow, going to be powering through more repairs. Just going through them. There's quite a few. Got to go through them. But yeah, everybody, I just want to say thank you as always for tuning in to the stream. Really appreciate when you guys show support. And until next time, aka tomorrow. Peace.